Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to another Abel Jets Virtual Group live stream. I am your host, as always, Freezing Falcon, founder and CEO of Abel Jets Virtual Group. In this particular live stream, ladies and gentlemen, we'll be doing something that is quite different than the usual stuff we do, which is flying quite literally an ancient aircraft, a Jurassic jet, should I say it that way. Before we start our journey this evening, ladies and gentlemen, I wish you all the best of health, and I hope that you are doing fine wherever you are watching this live stream from. It's currently Monday evening in the country where I live in. If you are watching this during your time at work or something, or you're having any other activities, wish you all a wonderful day ahead. As you can see on the screen right now, this is a relatively uncommon aircraft we see nowadays in the skies, isn't it, folks? Which is the Boeing 727-200, where this particular passenger carrying version was recently developed and released by FlightSimStudio Boeing from Germany, if I'm not mistaken. Some of you have joined our live streams in the past might have recognized the freighter version of the aircraft that we once flew in this live stream, in this YouTube channel, but just once, I think that was, where we flew the 727 freighter from Jayapura in Papua, south to, what's it, the city called, not Merauke, the other one, to Timika, to the city of Timika in central Papua. And since that, I just didn't have the time, unfortunately, on the energy to re-land the 727, which is quite a manpower-intensive aircraft, should I say, up until now, where we finally can get our hands back again with this magnificent aircraft. We are currently sitting at Aeronom's Semarang Ahmad Yani Airport ferry, which is situated at Central Java's economic powerhouse, the city of Semarang, that is. Central Java itself has three major cities, namely Semarang, Yogyakarta and Solo. Yogyakarta and Solo are primarily touristic cities and touristic cities and say university cities, because they've got quite a lot of universities there. And even to my memory, Yogyakarta even has the most number of universities in a city in the country, in Indonesia, that is. Semarang itself, as I've mentioned, is the economic powerhouse of the province, situated on the northern coasts of Central Java, facing directly towards the Java Sea. On the other hand, ladies and gentlemen, if you can see on our left hand side, there is a Fokker 28, a familiar sight, a Garuda Indonesia, or to be precise, a Citylink Fokker F-28, flown by yours truly, the most consistent man I've ever met in real life, which is First Officer Lalu Muhammad Al-Haddad of Abel Jets Virtual Group. Alright, let me just turn on my air conditioning here in my room. It's getting a bit warm and very humid, actually. Alright, good now. Mas Rival Sinaga! Welcome back again, Cap! Thank you very much for stopping by, and a warm welcome there, Mas Rival. How's the X-Plane version of the Abel Jets Airbus A320 going? Last time you sent me some pictures of the aircraft in development, which looks very cool. As some of you might have known, ladies and gentlemen, Rival, who is a second officer currently at Abel Jets Virtual Group, is planning to establish our operations in IVEO as well as in X-Plane 11. He's currently doing some repaints for our fleet, primarily the Airbus A320neo. His at present time is still a work in progress, but yeah, we shall see the next couple of days. Fingers crossed. We'll have quite a decent looking A320 in another simulator that we recently set our foots on. And regarding our journey this evening, again, as I've mentioned, fortunately that portion was cut because I realized Lalu has just spotted his aircraft there. We'll be heading towards Palembang, a city in the province of South Sumatra, Sumatra Selatan in bahasa Indonesia, which is known locally for the beautiful river Musi there and the Ampera Bridge, and it is also the city which is the origin of the very tasty and delicious pempek food. Pempek itself is some kind of not a dumpling, but it's more like a fried dough or something. Yeah, it's something of its own, folks. I can't necessarily find a direct comparator or comparison of it, but it's very, very, very delicious, and everyone across the country definitely knows pempek. The tastiest version of pempek, I think, is the kapal selam version, or quite literally translated as the submarine pempek, because it is dipped in a quite thick soy sauce, which, you know, adds the tastiness to the pempek itself. On the other hand, so talk about the aircraft here, shall we? This particular 727-200 is the advanced version, or the ADV version, which is the later version of the 727-200 before production ceased, I think in the 1980s, before it was then, the aircraft type was then superseded by the newer Boeing 757. This particular airframe, ladies and gentlemen, is registered as Foxtrot Alpha Juliet Alpha Alpha, and it's actually the oldest active service aircraft in the Abel Jets Virtual Group inventory. Other aircrafts of age obviously have been retired and placed upon or donated into the CMI Museum of Flight under the Abel Jets Retro brand, or else they unfortunately could have been scrapped or sent somewhere else for second-hand usage. And this particular airframe, folks, as I've mentioned, is registered as Foxtrot Alpha Juliet Alpha Alpha, bears the nose name of Fiona Morningwhirl, and as you can see there, she completed her first flight on August 25th, 1973, which is more than 50 years ago already. Just quite insane to think about it, isn't it, ladies and gentlemen? Alright, folks, enough with me rambling. I think we can head into the flight deck of the aircraft and prepare her for our first flight, or first leg this evening, which is from Semarang to Palembang, as I've mentioned. There we go. Pretty old school, isn't it? On the other hand, ladies and gentlemen, we do have company frequency at 123.210 megahertz. In case that you want to chat along with us, it's always open. Test that out. Company calling. Selamat kapal karam gap lalu. Fire those up. Ship it down. We filed our flight plan into VATSIM as well. So that's basically done. We'll now take out the EFB here. Not necessarily an EFB, but it's a clipboard, but disguised as an as an EFB, which is quite smart there. Quite a feature. Guest exit enabled. Request refueling, shall we? Here it will power up the only FMC on board this evening, which we will not necessarily use a lot, considering that this evening, folks, we will be flying VOR to VOR, the old school way, that is. The FMC is being booted up. Let's do the overhead checks. We'll also get the flight engineer station working with the provided FST crew. No, sorry, not FST crew. FSS automated flight engineer function. Roger. Do the sol warning test. Flight recorder test. Instrument comparator check. Looks good. Anti-skid test. Inboard. Release. That goes back to off. Whilst we are doing that, let's pull out the crew manager and have the flight engineer prepare the aircraft here. So pre-flight checks, please.
Battery on and APU check.
There goes the APU fire test. Engine fire, sorry, cargo fire test complete.
Starting APU.
Roger. The what's it called? The crew manager function, ladies and gentlemen, really helps a lot of people in, you know, flying these sort of free crew aircraft, because the flight deck station is now automatically monitored and, you know, handled by an AI. The lights coming on. Engines look good. Microphone test looks good. Smoking can come on. Roger, APU's on the bus. Window heats. Overheat test. Power on test. Ice will not need that. We'll leave the NTIs. Sorry, the pitot heats until we are in propulsion start. Fuel has been loaded. We'll Put up the fast belt sign. Which is done. Right, the crew manager is still doing the. Oh, sorry, the flight engineer is still doing his work there.
Opening please. Engine 1. Engine 2.
Alright.
Engine 3.
We can also open the windows here, which will make the startup process much more fun to listen to. Line the standby ADI there. What's the local QNH currently? Brief flight 2977, that'll be. Roger. 277 feet, that is tracked. That is set on 1, we'll leave the standby. Lift standby on standard 122.8. This one, we set that to 277 as well. There we go. Parallax error there, we have to manually move the camera here so we'll not set the elevation book there incorrectly. Alright folks, as I mentioned, we'll do VR to VR operations this evening, which means we will use these a lot, the VHF and HF radio functions of the aircraft. Alright, there goes the FMC in it, and flight plan. That's strange. Should be included there. Yeah, there's something. Oh, there we go. Ported flight plan, but it should have appeared here. There we go. This is what I was talking about. Select flight plan, enter. There we go. Departure. Runway 31. It at 3. Bravo, isn't it? It will just import that for the FMC's sake, but will not necessarily use that a lot, considering, as I've mentioned, VOR to VOR it is for us this evening. Hit at 3. Departure. 3 Bravo, that is. Some of the remaining non-RNF procedures here in Indonesia, majority of them have been discontinued. Enough update 13,000 feet is the transition level across the country. Yeah. Yeah, right. And this is the only way we can actually have a map on the aircraft elevation, which is basically the default MSFS moving map combined with an autopilot function. On the other hand, ladies and gentlemen, for this evening we will be having Emma as our lead flight attendant, so let's greet her, shall we? Good evening, Emma. Welcome on board this afternoon's flight from Semarang to Palembang. I hope that you are doing well alongside your crewmates. Looking forward to work alongside with you today. As usual, if there is anything that goes out of the ordinary, please do let me know. And also please inform me when you are ready for boarding. Thank you.
Good morning, Captain. Thank you for the warm welcome. I will keep an eye out for anything unusual and will inform you when we are ready for boarding.
Here it goes. We also have a custom cabin model for the aircraft, which we'll take a look later on. There goes our pipeline as well, which is quite handy being put in. On a paper clipboard like this one. This is basically our SIM pre-flight plan type of. Quite interesting, isn't it? On the other hand, folks, I've just realized the size difference between the 727 and the F-28 there. I thought the size difference between the two aircraft wouldn't be that significant, but as you can see there, they are quite different in size. On the other hand, also, I would like to apologize if you can hear some munching sounds. I'm currently eating dinner here at the flight deck, so yeah, my apologies for that. We'll pre-select the altitude here. 130 initially. I'll ask Emma if she can start the boarding process now. Hi Emma, can you start the boarding process now? Thank you.
Hey folks, welcome on our trip to Palembang.
There we go.
We're currently boarding and getting everything ready for our flight. If you need any assistance, please let me know. Thank you for choosing Abel Jets.
Alright, the nav frequency for this evening. Semarang VOR, ANY, Ahmad Yani, that is 115.2. Set it up on 1, 2, no. Okay, because the DMA counts are alive. We will intercept the outbound radial of 302 there after departure to Kidet 302. Yep, somewhere around there. Runway heading. Runway heading for departure is 309. We'll align the heading fog as well. On the other hand, I think we can disconnect the GPU now because we are running on APU power. There goes some of our first passengers for this this evening actually. This evening's flight to Palembang. If time permits, folks, we'll try to do a return leg from Palembang to Semarang. We shall see. There goes the baggage trolleys and carts. Quite an interesting aircraft to look at, isn't it, ladies and gentlemen?
That sign was deactivated after landing. Thank you.
And there goes the crew safety briefing. Yep, AC power has been disconnected. We'll now disconnect the GPU. There we go. Fox, did you hear that? I think the aircraft does have like a cabin music. Let's just pause the background music for a while. The the Abel Jets playlist.
Have a nice flight.
We should listen to that, folks. That's a beautiful one. Can you hear that? We've got a boarding music included as well. Some classic tunes.
Good morning.
That's so cool, isn't it? That's just beautiful. And the cabin itself, folks, is interactive, just like in the IFY 737 Max, although the functionality is not that complete when compared to the maps, with the safety costs and stuff. And we'll take a look into the cabin once we are airborne. Already within our cruising stage. Oops, sorry. Yeah. Oops, sorry. We've got lots of people folks coming on. Sorry, I need to go to flight deck. Sorry. There we go. Unfortunately, we cannot hear the boarding music clearly from the flight deck. Let's try to do that with the windows closed. There we go. Hopefully you can hear that in the background, ladies and gentlemen, or in the stream actually. Or lock, that'll do. Nav radios are set, the standby ones will on for the next VOR. Indramayu 116.4. There goes one, and there goes two. Duplicate. Yeah, that's a beautiful music, isn't it? I don't know if you're regarding your music taste, but I don't know. I just found that classical music is it's just so good in my ears. And instrumental music as well. What else do we need to do? We've got the here, this one obviously. The checklist. That's a lot of items to be to be completed, folks. Oops. For start, departure brief. Oh, we haven't even done the departure briefing there, ladies and gentlemen. Alright, so Cynthia, as usual, are you ready for the departure brief this morning? Yo. Hai, ada Mas Adiona rupanya. There is Mas Adiona in the live chat, ladies and gentlemen. Halo Mas, Semarang bukan WHS. Betul Mas, lagi di Semarang kita Mas. We are heading towards Palembang this evening, flying the recently released FlightSimStudio Boeing 727, which is, you know, a prehistoric jet where FMCs and McDo's haven't been invented yet. Pesawat zaman batu ini Mas, zamannya belum ada McDo sama FMC itu, masih kayak gini nih. Roger, we'll go. Hope you are enjoying this live stream so far, Mas Adiona.
Company calling.
Oke, lalu. Go ahead, company.
ayo briefing VOR dulu nih, lewat mana aja?
Briefing VOR, bentar ya.
Roger, siap.
Flight plan tapi kamu udah dapat kan? Udah aku kirim itu.
Itu VOR atau flight plan?
Flight plan tapi dia VOR to VOR bang rutenya. View only waypoint yang dia di seatnya itu dia itu waypoint ya, yang airnav waypoint itu cuma kidet, lainnya tuh VOR to VOR semua. Ntar aku jelasin cara ininya, cara memanipulasi kidet itu gimana kalau VOR to VOR.
Oke, tapi kalau aku direct di KI juga nggak apa-apa ya sebenarnya. DKI, Tangerang, sama Palembang.
Siap. Jadi kan berangkat bang, runway heading tuh, maintain runway heading, terus setelah mencapai 2000 feet, nanti intercept radial 302 derajat dari VOR Ahmad Yani bang. Sampai situ paham?
Oke.
Siap, habis itu nanti dari Ahmad Yani ya sampai sekitar, ini berapa mile ya? Ntar aku cek dulu jaraknya ya. Dari Ahmad Yani sampai Kidet. Oh gini aja bang, karena aku belum bisa menemukan jaraknya bang, jadi nanti kamu standby nav 2 nya di VOR Indramayu bang. Itu radialnya adalah 089 derajat ditambah 180 itu berapa ya? Radialnya 269 derajat, itu kamu standby nanti, nav 2 mu kamu taruh di course-nya itu di 269. Nanti begitu pesawatnya mendekati apa aja tuh? Mendekati radial 269 dari VOR Indramayu, kan nanti mulai gerak tuh ininya VOR-nya tuh, HSI-mu tuh yang panahnya itu, garisnya kalau udah mulai gerak nanti autopilotnya kamu set untuk intercept nav 2-nya gitu. Bisa nggak kalau di poker?
Bisa.
Siap, Cap.
Tadi kenapa kita harus direct ke Kidet dulu? Maksudnya harus pakai Kidet?
Biar join airway Mike 766 bang soalnya.
Oh, biar join RW aja ya. Kirain bisa ya, mungkin sedikit freestyle.
Kalau mau direct langsung ke Indramayu boleh aja sih bang, cuma aku nggak tahu radialnya keberapa.
Oke.
Di itu nggak ada soalnya, di apa? Di Navigraph nggak ada. Nanti Indramayu terus radial berikutnya kan kelihatan tuh di aplikasi charts itu ya, yang RW Whiskey 13 itu.
Bukannya di Navigraph bisa lihat ya di flight log kalau ngeset ke VOR?
Di mana bang?
Bukannya bisa ngelihat radialnya ya di page keempat kalau ngesetnya, kalau generate waypointnya pakai VOR rule.
Page keempat yang mana ya? User BPT.
Yang di PDF-nya kan kita bisa lihat PDF kalau udah generate waypoint.
Bentar. Oh, kamu langsung direct soalnya ya, nggak lewat kinet ya, ya bisa itu gitu aja kalau mau.
Yes, ya gitu aja sih mungkin dah.
Siap. Kalau dirimu mau langsung direct Indramayu juga nggak apa-apa sih. Kalau aku kayaknya mau join airway soalnya, jadi ya nanti mungkin kita agak bisa di situ.
Oke, siap.
Yeah, right. What's going on with the ding dong button there? Alright folks, we'll do the departure briefing. As mentioned, we'll be doing a VOR of your operations. We'll be departing out of Ahmad Yani's runway 31 to the northwest, climbing via the Cadet 3 Bravo departure. At 2,000 feet we will intercept the 302 radial of the Ahmad Yani VOR there, before proceeding our climb to our cruising altitude at flight level 320 this evening. After reaching Cadet we will join the Mike 766 airway there on bearing of 269 degrees for 59 miles, then to Indramayu, then to DKI Jakarta, Tanjung Karang, Lampung Selatan, before heading towards Palembang's VOR. It's a legacy, more traditional VOR to VOR flights or navigation, as I've mentioned. In case of an engine failure, loss of control or wind shear, we will hold 15 miles northwest of the runway heading. We'll do sequence right hand turns, 1 minute leg at about 3,000 feet, and we'll plan our return leg towards Ahmad Yani. We are currently below our maximum landing weight, which means we can directly return to Ahmad Yani in case we need to do so. Primary threats for this evening, ladies and gentlemen, will be pilot complacency and unfamiliarity with the aircraft because of the high workload that it provides the pilot. Alright, besides any of those, do you have any questions, comments, or concerns, Cynthia? Shut up. No? That should complete the departure briefing then. So before start checklist, flight attendant briefing, yeah, let's assume that's been done with Emma. Key levers and lights down, brakes are set, start levers are off, flight instrument check, altimeters to 9077 on 1 and 2. Shut up, come on. Perhaps that's just a bug with the aircraft. Radar and transponder on standby, but I will just use mode Charlie for now. Standard VATSIM procedure. Exterior lights. Turn on the beacon. Window heats on. Oh no, probe heats. They are to be engaged after engine start. Seatbelt and no smoking sign on. The window heel on. Compasses. Normal. Slave there. Radios on and check, departure briefing complete, logbook check, start checklist for the pilots complete. If we haven't done the stabilizer trim there. Go. Flaps 15, set EPR and trim, set V speeds there. Trim's about 4 degrees. It's exactly the Boeing 737 trim wheel that you can find as well. Alright, let's do the before start procedure.
4-star check start. Altimeter is set to 1008. Nav beacon and logo light set. Emergency exit lights are. Window heat on. Radios on.
Because the stick shake check.
Hello, Captain. We are ready for pushback.
Oh yeah.
Engine and wing anti-ice. Flight control shutoffs on. Anti-scan test.
Departure checks completed. Bypass been started.
Land slow.
PPWS test.
Ground proximity warning system check. Airspeed warning check. Yaw dampers on.
Mas Rusdi kalau mau duluan silakan aja.
Throttle
Aku checklistnya banyak banget ini soalnya.
stabilizer trim check.
Bentar, Bang, aku masih refueling.
Trim tested and set.
Siap mas
Flight director check.
Cek.
Boost pumps 1 on. Hydraulic pump 1 is on.
Folks, I need to go to put my plate back to the kitchen for a bit, folks. Be back in a minute or two. As usual, if there is anything that goes out of the ordinary, please do let me know. I'll see you guys in a few moments.
AC power check. Hydraulic pumps on. Rudder power check and on. Radio master is on. Chocks cones and stairs disconnected. The 4-star checks complete.
Alright folks, I'm back in the flight deck. Apologies for the inconvenience there. Let's start the pushback procedures. It's done. The full short fluid appears to be. So, we're pushing back, facing to the southeast. To Foxtrot, expecting runway 31 for departure. Oops, we are still on company frequency, it appears to be. There we go. There's something weird going with the switches there, definitely. Ahmad Yani traffic, Abel 722 now pushing back from stand November 05 facing to the southeast, expecting runway 315 Foxtrot. Ahmad Yani traffic. Facing southeast.
Release parking brakes. Please.
It's released. We don't have a chrono.
Commencing push.
You. And avgeek, ladies and gentlemen, flying the prehistoric jetliner here. Boeing second ever jetliner after the 707.
Welcome on our trip to Palembang.
Thank you,
This
sir.
is Abel
Sorry,
Jets Flight 722,
Emma?
departing from Ahmad Yani Airport and arriving at Sultan Mahmud Badaruddin Airport. Our estimated flight time is just over an hour and 20 minutes. Before we take off, I'd like to go over some important safety information. First, please ensure your seatbelts are fastened.
Right, we are permitted to start our engines now. Starting engines 1, 2, 3
until you hear a click.
in
To
sequence.
release it, simply lift the buckle.
Starting engine number 1.
In the unlikely event of a loss of cabin pressure, oxygen masks will drop down from the panel above you. Pull the mask towards you to start the flow of oxygen. Place
Listen
it
to
over your nose
that
and
engine
mouth
sound,
and
folks.
secure it with the elastic band. Remember
That's
to put your
just
mask on first
insane.
before assisting others. We also have life vests.
Low
located
pressure
under
light
your seat.
coming off, 20%
To use
into
them,
fuel
pull
flow.
the vest out, slip it over your head, and pull the straps to tighten. Inflate the vest by pulling the red tabs or by blowing into the tubes. As for emergency exits, this aircraft does
Listen
not
to
have
that.
traditional exits, but please refer to the
Traditional
safety briefing
exits.
card in your seat pocket for more details. If we need to evacuate, follow my instructions and remain calm. Thank you for your attention, and we hope you have a pleasant flight. Captain Faza Abel and First Officer Cynthia Schmidt are at the controls, and we're all set for departure. Captain, the cabin is ready for
Please set
departure.
parking brakes.
Roger, thank you, Emma. Brake set.
Waiting your confirmation for a good engine start.
Cockpit ground, we have a good
Okay,
engine start, you
Captain,
can
I'll take
disconnect.
care of
Cockpit to
it.
ground.
Thank you.
We have a good engine start. You can disconnect.
Listen to that, folks. Starting engine number 2. Close that. %, and 2. Fuel flow. Number 2 engine. Listen to the noise.
Torch disconnected. Bypass been removed. Left is clear. Right is clear.
Number 2 stabilized, starting engine number 3. Close that. To the shift left hand side, thank you very much for the service there. Shut up, come on. % into fuel flow, right engine. Oh, that's just music to my ears. That will play the official Abel Jets Virtual Group safety briefing video as always now. There we go. Alright, number 3, looking good. We'll shut the
Hello
windows
everyone,
now.
I'm
It's
Prison
getting
Falcon
so
from
loud.
Abel Jets Group. Welcome on board one of our aircraft that
Right,
is part of
lap
our
15
3,000
for
airplane
departure.
strong fleet. We're glad to be your airline
To
for your flight
the
today.
after start
Before we
checks.
take off, please watch the safety briefing
Shut up,
video
come on.
that will be provided by our cabin crew. Enjoy.
Jets closed. Beacon light on. DC power check. All responsible on.
2013, when we made this airline, we concluded that safety is our highest priority. All aircraft already equipped with safety devices such as seatbelt, oxygen mask, and life vest.
Well, sorry, airport elevation at Palembang.
Organization, seatbelt shall be used when in flight.
49
So
feet
whenever the seatbelt
over
sign
that.
is lit,
This is completely wrong.
please fasten your seatbelt by inserting the clasp through the buckle and tighten by pulling the strap. You can undo your seatbelt by pressing the button.
Anti-skid check-in. Compare this channel.
Just the cabin altitude manually there.
Flight instruments below 1.
Welcome to Abel Maintenance Facility. The MF is the world's leading in maintaining aircraft. We have this big hangar which is able to accommodate up to 8
For
jumbos
start,
with
cycle
380
for shuttle
at the
detect,
same time.
beacon lights
This
on.
is the proof that we never
Engine not
jeopardize
not
safety.
required of start
Also, we
checklist. Please
change the
taxi
life
checklist
jacket whenever
flaps.
an aircraft is entering our
sorry.
facility.
Flaps 15, green light, runway 31 for departure. Takeoff data V1. Sorry, 120 V2 160. Clean speed 200 knots. Stabilizer trim 4 units. Sorry, 4 degrees set. Propane on. Flight controls. Do that. Flight controls check. Pull up.
Under the seat in
Pull
front
down.
of you,
Neutral.
or under the
Pull
bed
left.
for first class passengers.
Pull right.
To
Neutral
use the
ruders
life
ready.
jacket,
Pull left.
Simply take your
Pull
life
right.
jacket,
Neutral flight controls
put
check.
it over
Complete.
your head, pass the strap around your waist, clip at the front
lock.
and tighten it. There's a red
Seat
tag
belt
and
and shovel
mouthpiece
harness
for
check.
inflation, and whistle
Taxi
to
checklist
attract
complete.
attention. Please
Do the same
inflate
stuff
your life
here.
jacket after leaving the aircraft.
Degree manager. Taxi checks please.
Taxi checks. Taxi lights are on. Flaps 15.
Ahmad Yani traffic, Abel 722, no taxiing to runway 31 via Foxtrot, holding short of Foxtrot, Ahmad Yani traffic.
Put on your nose and tighten the strap. Oxygen will flow when you brake. Secure your mask first before assisting others.
Listen to the engines there. Ladies and gentlemen.
Taxi checks complete.
It takes quite a lot of power for the aircraft just to roll there, but 50%
In 2020, you're the
is quite
world
insane.
leaders in aviation by number of aircraft by over 3,000 airframe divided into more than 10 child companies, including the Abel Pixel, Abel S,
Listen to those sounds, folks.
Abel Cosmos, Intercontinental, and many more. Also in 2020, we're the first to introduce the innovation of first Abel Jets living room, Abel Premium Economy, Abel Business, Abel First Class, and Abel Suite.
Before we depart, please make sure all baggage is secured on the overhead cabin or under the seat in front of you. Since we made safety is our priority, smoking isn't allowed on any part of the aircraft. Please deboard the aircraft if you need to smoke. Your aircraft is equipped with a life raft in case of emergency.
Ahmad Yani traffic, Able 722, now backtracking runway 31 via Foxtrot. Ahmad Yani traffic.
Pointing it out.
That's quite a lovely platform view, isn't it, folks? Courtesy of Feral 42 Chase
We are
plane
now
there.
nearing our departure time.
And if you
Please
see the
keep your
hangars on
mobile
the other hand,
devices into
on the
airplane
other
mode
side of the airport
Should
there,
you have any
that's
questions, feel free to ask
the
our cabin
Indonesian
crew.
Army
They will
aviation
be more than
hangars,
glad
which
to help you out.
houses
choosing us,
a
and
squadron
thank you for
of
giving us green so long.
AH-64E
Have a very
Apache
pleasant
Guardians, attack helicopters. Maybe you could have noticed the, you may have, sorry, maybe you have noticed the Apache logos on the hangar. Full takeoff checks, please. City briefing video is complete. Remove that. There goes the turn path for the runway.
Ahmad Yani traffic Indonesia 234 now, put back a start facing to southeast. Ahmad Yani.
And ladies and gentlemen, let me show you something here. If you see that building there, like a mess hall there, it's actually a plane spotting area. I used to go there many times when I visited Semarang. Yeah, it's a plane spotting site there, which is very famous locally, considering its proximity with the runway. And there, ladies and gentlemen, the building, the Joglo style building there, is the old terminal. It's Ahmad Yani's old terminal, which has now been transferred to the Indonesian Army Aviation, or I don't know necessarily what it is, perhaps VIP terminal that is, for VIP flights. But basically the western section of the aerodrome now is wholly owned by the Army Aviation, or wholly operated by the Army Aviation. Alright, we are lined up with runway, give or take. Let's not waste any length of runway here, considering that our engines are not necessarily the most powerful ones in the world. As you might have seen on our previous 727 live stream, it took us quite a lot of runway just to take off. Alright, so let's announce our departure here. Ahmad Yani traffic, Abel 722 now departing out of runway 31 on a radial 302 degrees after airborne. Out of the Alpha November Yankee VOR. Ahmad Yani traffic. Start rolling. This aircraft also doesn't have an auto throttle set by default, folks. There is one, but it can only be used during climb and cruise. Listen to those engines, ladies and gentlemen. Alright, start rolling. Set takeoff thrust.
Ahmad Yani traffic Indonesia 234 now taxi to runway 31 via Alpha.
Right, set indications normal.
The flight cabin pada.
Set flight cap lalu. Check. Rotate. Rotate the aircraft slowly. It has a very strong pitch up tendency, this aircraft. Gears coming up. Maximum of 20 degrees of pitch. Off we go! Take a look at those smoke, ladies and gentlemen! This is the most eco-friendly aircraft in existence.
Ahmad Yani traffic Indonesia 234 now entering back track for runway 31. Ahmad Yani.
Ahmad Yani traffic, Abel 722 airborne, passing 1,500 feet, intercepting radial 302 degrees on the Ahmad Yani VOR. Ahmad Yani traffic 2000. Aircraft flaps. After takeoff checks, please.
After takeoff checks.
2000
Ignition
to
set
the
off.
left turn.
Landing lights off. Landing gear off.
250 knots on the climb.
Flaps up.
Flaps up.
Hydraulic system components off. After takeoff checks complete.
We'll do some of the end flying for a bit, and then we'll transfer to the autopilot. Four locks armed. Yeah, as I've mentioned, it's quite a busy aircraft. This is. Take a look at that engine pollution, ladies and gentlemen. Ah, very interesting.
Ahmad Yani traffic Indonesia 234 now, departure at runway 31 and after drive on heading to radial 302 Ahmad Yani.
I'm just controlling the aircraft with trim now. Such a complex aircraft, isn't it? Yeah, we need to fly these sorts of things much more often now. Right, autopilot can't come on. Nav lock. Alt cell. IES hold. 10,000. Lights. We'll turn off the no smoking signs as well, because you know, who doesn't smoke when flying the MD? Oh, sorry, the
Thank you,
727.
Captain. I'll make the announcement now.
Announcement of what?
Dear guests, we have just climbed above our safe altitude. You may now use your electronic devices. Please ensure that they are set to airplane mode. Also, I'm pleased to inform you that our onboard Wi-Fi service is now available. Enjoy your flight.
Reset the altimeter stat to 902. Echo Swan. Altitude captured. To a 300 knot climb. Alright, next altitude level 320. Arm that. Yes, hold.
Hey folks, welcome on our trip to Palembang. This is Abel Jets flight 722, departing from Ahmad Yani and heading to Sultan Mahmud Badaruddin 2. We have just reached
Ahmad Yani traffic for Indonesia 234 now, approaching 7,700 and now heading to 302.
I must say, our gourmet cheese rolls are a real treat. After the service, I'll also have some articles from the Abel Jets shop available for you to browse. The weather at our destination is looking pleasant, no precipitation, and a nice temperature. If you need anything during the flight, just let me know. Enjoy your ride.
Enjoy your ride. Sure will. We sure will, Emma. Listen to that engine noise, ladies and gentlemen. That's just insane. And see, our climb rate is not necessarily the best, just about 2,000 feet per minute, although we are still at level 150 there. Yeah, right, let's form the next VOR. Folks, if you could be patient for a bit, my mouse is currently doing some funny stuff. There we go. Whew. I thought it would have gone into a CDD or something, but fortunately it didn't. So yeah, into Navigraph we go. Into 4 balls. About 75 miles from the Ahmad Yani VOR to our first checkpoint at waypoint Kiret. No, we'll not cheat. Nah, there we go. We'll remove that. We'll remove that map. Please can't come off. That is the city of Flora, if I'm not mistaken. What a stunning looking aircraft, isn't she? From Alpha Charlotte Alpha, the best ever French registered aircraft in the Abel Jets Virtual Group fleet. And also, as I've mentioned earlier, currently the oldest aircraft still in service, the Virtual Business Group. 50 years standing strong. Yes. What a lovely machine. The engine noise is definitely something else, ladies and gentlemen. Alright, as we are now approaching waypoint Trijet at about 17 miles, wasn't it? It will arm the turn up for a while. There we go. The next course is 269. There we go. At 75 DME. For 74, we'll transfer to the Indramayu VOR there, 116.4. And re-engage the nav lock mode. There we go, 73 miles. Switch. Nav lock. There we go, the aircraft now turning to intercept the new radial. And we are now inbound to the Indramayu VOR, ladies and gentlemen. Which is about 60 miles from our present position. Doing stuff the old way, ladies and gentlemen, that is. Quite fun, isn't it? A stark contrast to the RNF things that we have nowadays. At Parallel 280 now, ladies and gentlemen. Our final cruising altitude for this morning will be flight level 320. Not that high, considering that the aircraft can barely climb at such weights and altitudes. Next frequency is Delta Kilo, sorry, the next VO is Delta Kilo India, DKI Jakarta at 114.6 megahertz. Push that one. That gives the second DME of the first officer's side there. Should be looking good. Company calling. Di belakang aman-aman aja kah?
Aman, masih climb, tapi aku lagi priority altitude dulu baru aktif, jadi agak lambat.
Siap, Cap. As I promised earlier, let's take a quick tour into the cabin, shall we? So yeah, you might already be familiar with the seat cushion and the padding, and the moquette of the sheet as well. Sorry, the moquette of the seats as well. The traditional purple colored seats, Abel Jets MCC. As you might have saw earlier, might have seen earlier, we've got the safety briefing cards for the passengers as well. Just the maid. This is the business class section of the aircraft. They didn't have IFEs back in the day, but the seats are definitely much wider, aren't they, than they are currently. And considering that the 727 uses the exact same fuselage cross section as the 737, is quite remarkable. See, the seats, the economy class seats, are even much wider than their contemporary iterations, aren't they? At the cost of a slightly narrower aisle width there. Sure, 1980s cabin, no IFEs, but the seats were definitely much larger, and the boxy overhead bits as well. There goes the aft flight attention station, and if you go there, ladies and gentlemen, that's the DB Cooper door and exit. Try to Google that and you'll find some interesting history. Another thing that is quite a cool feature with this aircraft is toilet is modeled and you can flush the toilet as well. Which is pretty funny. Just like in the iFly 737 MAX. Set back to the flight tip because I think we are already approaching Indramayu VOR and we should be tracking for the next VOR, which is Delta Kilo India, DKI Jakarta, that is. As I've mentioned, this is quite a manpower intensive aircraft. It's a 3 crew aircraft but only flown by 1. Although, to be frank, we've got an artificial intelligence running the flight engineer station for this time being. The next course into Delta Kilo India 284. Not flock. Think it's not a turn. Yeah, we overshot the VOR a little bit, but that's okay because RNF hasn't been invented back in the day. Now engage the auto throttle. That mark decimal 8 for the cruise. And this is the only time we are permitted to operate the auto throttle, ladies and gentlemen, which is during cruise. Quite interesting, isn't it? Why are we descending? We shouldn't be descending. No, that's just strange. No, we should not be descending. Okay. Yeah, that is definitely weird. No, the aircraft should have not descended. Okay. Try to fire up the autopilot back. Nav lock, vertical speed for now. I'll sell. Yeah, that's definitely weird. IASO. Whoa. It's descending. But it's now climbing again. No, that shouldn't happen. No, I'll just use vertical speed for the time being. It's unreliable. The IAS mode. We'll keep our eyes on the autopilot modes because they are not necessarily the most reliable, as we can see. Alt cell. Next frequency. Tanjung Karang 115 megahertz. Here goes one. Goes two. Transfer that. Cross this out. We should be in range at the Tanjung Karang VOR.
1,000 to go.
Sure. On the other hand, ladies and gentlemen, you piece that you have just joined us this evening, please kindly give this live stream a like. Share your thoughts down beneath and share this live stream with your friends and colleagues. That will greatly help with our YouTube algorithm and the listen to that noise, ladies and gentlemen. It's just beautiful. It will definitely help our YouTube channel to grow as well as its supporting community, which is always a win-win scenario. On the other hand, folks, in case you haven't done so, please also kindly subscribe to the Abel Jets Virtual Group YouTube channel for free and hit the bell button just right next to the subscribe button so you will not miss any future contents that we will make. Well, 320 now. Alt capture. Let's retry to re-engage. Auto throttle there. Should be good now. The 727 definitely cruises much faster than contemporary narrow-body aircraft types such as the 737 and the A320 at the cost of a much more significant fuel consumption rates. As we can see, it took us about 13 tons of block fuel just to get ourselves flying from Makassar to, sorry, not Makassar, Semarang to Palembang. In contrast, the 737 MAX or the A320neo, to my my guts told me that they only take half of the fuel required when compared to the 727 that we are flying this evening. Company colleague, nanti mau return leg gak kira-kira? Aku kayaknya bisa sih kalau return leg.
Nggak tahu Pak, karena besok mau ke kampus pagi-pagi kayaknya.
Aman aja Cap, gak usah dipaksain. Approaching Jakarta VATSIM now. Our next course will be 290. Yeah, 15 miles will arm the turn up for a while. Next course is 290 as mentioned earlier. Still at the same VR frequency. We are definitely cruising much faster than 737s and A320s of present time. On the other hand, folks, the city of Jakarta should be situated on our left hand side now. Just somewhere beneath those clouds, you can see. That's Tanjung Priok definitely. The city's port, central Jakarta should be just beneath that cloud cell. Okay, over at the waypoint there, let's turn the autopilot mode back to nav lock. There we go. Course of 290. Runway 11, it's off 1 Alpha Star. Select. Approach. ILS. Runway 11, we'll select that as well. About 60 miles from what? TOC? No, we are already on cruise. No, that's just weird. No, we should be directing ourselves to Tanjung Karang Tiawang. Room T, that is. Yep, there we go. Around 167 miles from our TOD. We're quite far off. Next frequency is 115 megahertz, which has been set on the first officer side. Do we have some cabin views of the aircraft as well? Scroll through those. Used to be so. Do we have the one that oversees the engine? No. Sorry, apologies. Yeah, we've only got this particular view for the engine, isn't it? Not necessarily the best one, but yeah. Yeah, that'll do for the time being, I suppose. Our current ground speed is at 500 knots daily Chauvin, which is pretty darn fast. Actually, our cruising speed should be bang on, Mach decimal 80. by waypoint rim to now before flying overhead Tanjung Karang in the Lampung province. Company calling.
Go ahead, company.
Nanti buat approach-nya kamu pakai apa? Aku kayaknya ILS, tapi terus nanti dari dari VOR Tanjung Karang ketika ke VOR Palembang nanti aku ini self vectoring membuka localizer-nya gitu. Kayaknya yang asli harusnya ada radar vectoring by ATC kan soalnya.
Iya, aku biasanya radar vectoring by ATC dan visual approach ya.
Wahaya. Kapal tongkang Selat Gilimanuk mas. Kapal apa Selat Sunda?
Udah nggak boleh disebut ini.
Kita masalahnya lagi di atas Selat Sunda kan?
Bahaya.
Lumba-lumba Selat Sunda ya?
Nggak tahu lah.
Lah yang ngecat kamu kok kemarin.
Penipuan itu.
Astagfirullah.
Kayaknya kalau bawa poker 27, kayaknya aku masih di atas mana gitu.
Baru deketin Indramayu kali ya?
Aduh, kapal paling lambat.
Sama kapal laut kayaknya pun jalannya cepet kapal laut bang.
Ya, mungkin 11-12. Enggak sih.
Approaching the Tanjung Karang PR now, I suppose. We can head to the flight deck and prepare ourselves to turn to the next PR station, or final PR station for this evening, which is Palembang. With that, on the other hand, folks, some of you might wonder why don't I just remove the crew manager icon there. Because last time I tried to do that, when I re-clicked the crew manager from the slot here, it just automatically runs a random checklist, which I don't know yet how to resolve. "26 wells. Turn knob. Now the course of the Musi. were short flight plan actually. Oops. There goes the red luminescent lights. We're... Oh shit, it's in and down. Tanjung Karang. Three, 4, 5 that'll be. 3, 4, 5. Also turn the heading selector knob here. Oops. It's a bit finicky. Once the localizer needle starts to move, we'll rearm the VOR lock mode. There we go. Enough lock. We should have not been that aggressive, isn't it? The banking of the aircraft. Yeah, it's just quite too aggressive. Next VOR station, Palembang on .115.5. No, we are not. What? Yeah, we'll just go heading mode for a while. Yeah, we clearly overshot the waypoint there. Next frequency, Palembang 115.5. Goes 1. There goes 2. We are about 60 miles from Geodie already, and we haven't even done the approach briefing. So, ladies and gentlemen, for approach this evening, we'll be factoring ourselves into the VOR, sorry, the localizer at Palembang. We are not planning to use any stars for the time being. We'll factor ourselves in for the localizer. Unfortunately, we don't have any ATC, that's why we will be doing self-factoring. The ILS DME will be on a frequency of 111.1 on a course of 112. Block. The 111.2. Sorry, 111.1 with a course of 112 degrees. On approach course 112 degrees. Platform altitude will be 2,000 feet at 6.1 DME. Minimums will be at 400 feet. Atmosphere around the Palembang VOI is 1,500 feet. At Tasha we should be 3,000 feet at least, which is around 15 knots at DME. Case of this approach will plunge rate at 1,500 feet and left proceed Tasha 3,000 feet or as instructed by JDC. Transition level standard across the D shuffle level 130, that is. Standard 3 degree glide slope all the way to touchdown, minimum is 400 feet, the minimum visibility is 800 feet. Is primary threats for this morning will be pilot complacency and unfamiliarity with the aircraft. Besides any of this, do you have any questions, comments or concerns? No? Alright, that should complete the arrival briefing then. And it appears that the First Officer's DME has managed to obtain the DME reading of the Palembang VOI. Left 40th landing. The Apple P131 there. 30 miles from GOD. We'll cruise select initially to level 130, the transition level that is. Transfer. Alright, so instead of this, do you have any questions, comments or concerns for the approach briefing? No? Roger, that should complete the arrival brief. Local QNH at Palembang 217 9, we'll set that on the standby altimeter. Runway elevation is about 50 feet. Duty on the PS route for the time being. So time to descend, folks. Hey, I just want to let you know that we have started our initial descent to Palembang. Thank you. You're right.
Okay, Captain. I will prepare for the announcement.
Put a book stream 1-1. Here's the minimums. Get back on profile. Yeah, as I mentioned, it's quite a hands-on aircraft we've flown. About 50 miles to run. Alright, the localizer frequency is next. What decibel 1 wasn't it? 1 decibel 1. set. Take a look at that diving angle. Not something you'd see often in modern airliners. We are definitely way too steep. Synchronize the heading with the course. F2 will set that to the localizer frequency. Process set because it hasn't been detected. Direct to all these, isn't it? Yeah, we're definitely too high again. The flatlands of South Sumatra, and I presume that was the city of Palembang there, just beneath the cloud layer, with Musi River. I think that's this one, winding down through the city center. Take a look at that, folks. That must be the Trans-Sumatran Highway on the right hand side, just beneath the aircraft now. Alarm for 3000, because we still haven't got any ACC. We'll then decelerate to 250 knots. Usual. We can actually start doing it now. Drop the aircraft here. off. Set reciprocal heading of the runway 290, that is. Somewhere at there. DME is alive for the runway. Check 290. We haven't even done the push checklist.
Captain turned on the seatbelt sign.
Now beacon and low light set.
Running lights is turned
Brake pressure check. Altimeter set to 1009. Boost pumps all on.
Pause music for arrival.
Cross speed number 2 open. 1 and 3 are closed. Fuel heat off. Hydraulic hose all on.
Captain, cabin is ready.
Not sure.
Checks complete.
Cabin crew, 10 minutes to
Hey,
landing.
folks, we are now on our final approach into Palembang. Please turn off your electronic devices and stow them until we arrive at the gate.
Throttle is
Kindly put your
connected.
tray tables away, ensure your seats are in their full upright position, and fasten your seatbelts. Our Abel Jets staff will provide you with information regarding your connection flights once we are on the ground. Thank you for your cooperation. Hey folks, we are now about 10 minutes away from landing in Palembang. Please ensure your seatbelts are fastened.
On approach
your
first,
seat backs and
112.
tray tables are in their upright positions. Thank you for your cooperation, and we hope you enjoy the flight.
Yeah. Switch that. Localizer, DME's alive. Almost there, folks. You're almost there. Approach checklist. Seatbelts on runner on, seatbelts on, anti-start required brake pressure check, arrival briefing, complete gear levers check, altimeter 109 check, letting data, VRF 122, VAP around 139, minimum 310 feet, DPR 2 for the go round, distance checks complete, stand by the fall letting checklist. Around 15 GME will turn base. go.
Flights live.
Not sure. Completely forgot to retard the throttle there.
To go.
I'll hold. Loops one. How to silence the gear horn. Push the gear horn silence button. Palembang traffic, Abel 722 established on the localizer runway 11. We are about 12 dm in Palembang. What's that noise? It must be the gear horn, isn't it? Yeah, so be it. Line slopes alive. How to silence that gear horn, folks? Oh, that must be the speed brakes. Alright. Cabin crew, seats for landing, please.
Okay, Captain. Cabin crew, take seats for landing.
The approach altitude set 3000. 5 miles, cruise coming down. Flaps 15. The visibility is not that good. 25. That flaps 40 for the landing. Landing checks, please.
Landing checks. Flaps 40. Ignition set to continuous. Anti-skid is on. Landing checks complete.
Roger.
1,000.
Bit wobbly, isn't it? Still can't see the runway. There goes the approach lights. Disconnecting autopilot air control. Bit high. To you.
Wide slope. 500.
Disregard.
50, 40, 30, 20, 10.
Push down. Brakes up, reverse normal. Manual spoilers. $60 knots. Reverse outs. But minus 50 feet per minute, they're not bad at all. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Palembang. Water brakes is on, manual braking. Where are we?
Oh folks, we have just landed safely at Sultan Mahmud Badaruddin 2 Airport. The current local time here is 11:48 a.m.
Charlie.
A fun fact about Palembang is that it is known for its beautiful river, the Musi River,
There she
which is
goes.
the lifeblood of the city. The weather is quite nice today, with a temperature of around 30 degrees Celsius and no precipitation.
Whew.
Thank you for flying with Abel Jets. Please remain seated until we reach our final parking position.
Let's out.
On behalf of Captain Faza Abel, First Officer Cynthia Schmidt, and the entire crew, we wish you a pleasant day ahead.
There we go. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Palembang Sultan Badaruddin International Airport. After landing flow, please.
Landing checks. Brake pressure checked. Pressure switched to ground. Landing and strobe lights are off. Taxi lights.
I forgot to tell you, ladies and gentlemen, the spoilers on the 727, they are fully manual. There are no auto spoilers that you can prior to landing. Pak Gopal, absen dulu. Selamat malam Pak Gopal. Good evening to you as well. Hope you are enjoying this live stream so far. Palembang traffic, runway 11 has been vacated. Safe landing, Cap Lalu. Wait, side. Listen to that noise. Okay, Sultan Mahmud Badaruddin 2, second. Tail stakes, to number 7. Cabin crew, disarm slides and doors, please.
Okay, Captain. All doors disarmed.
Here goes. Centimeters to run. Oh, come on. Here we go. Brake set. Confirming that APU is indeed running. Shutting down engines 1, 2, and 3. A bit askew, really. Safe and sound, ladies and gentlemen. Flying the 727 again after quite a while. Thanks for joining us so far, ladies and gentlemen, in this evening's live stream. So we have just touched down at Palembang, Sultan Badaruddin, the second airport. Alright, beacons can come off. Belt. We'll set the shocks and the other pertinent items. Craft shocks. I'm now starting to ponder whether or not should I do a return leg towards Semarang. It's still like 9 PM at my time zone. Well, let's plane spotlight who should be on approach now towards Palembang. We'll open the doors first. There we go. What a lovely livery and aircraft as well, isn't it, ladies and gentlemen? Right, you should be on downwind now, according to VATSIM beta. Whilst we wait for him to reach one funnel, let me just refill my warp bottle here, or glass actually. So, you guys again in the next minute or so, as we plane spot Lalu for his approach or his landing to Palembang. Alright folks, I am back at the flight deck. Let's just now wait for Lalu. Should be on final now. But I can't see him on VATSIM radar, unfortunately. If you guys do happen to be scanning VATSIM radar for the time being, just let me know if you can see Lalu, because I can't see him. Yeah, maybe some connection issues. It's usually that stuff. Oh no, completely forgot that it's the wrong button. And that gives deporting complete. I'm still pondering whether to, you know, do return leg into Semarang this afternoon. I still can't see Lalu. Yeah, folks, if you know where he currently is, well, please do let me know. He's not. No, he hasn't landed, has he? Nonetheless, quite a beautiful looking aircraft, isn't it? The FSS 727 200. Yeah, you know what, Fox, screw it, we'll do a return leg to Semarang in just a bit. Oh, there's someone a short funnel. Overhead the runway now. Oh, perhaps it's just no, that can't be him. Oh, he yeah, that's him. He's just touching on Fox. Where is he? Can't see anything yet. No, he just went past the runway there. Oh, he's still flying, I suppose. Yeah, he's going around. Alright, whilst we wait for him to land, let's oh god, again, the wrong button. Let me prepare the flight plan for our return leg to Semarang this evening. Let's position the camera here whilst Lalu is going round. There we go. Dispatch simbrief.com Abel 723 from Palembang to Semarang. Great restrictions Foxtrot Alpha Juliet Alpha Alpha.
Telah senantiasa bersembayam menjaga bumi.
Departure out of runway 11. Which airway should we take? Whiskey 12 is Whiskey 12 a bi-directional airway? No, yeah, but it only goes one way, but at least it's going towards the right direction. Alternatively, we can take the let me just see. Whiskey 12. Just go. No, it's saying Tango 25. Come on. 585. No. Level both. No, it's a one way. Manual flight planning here, ladies and gentlemen. Something that I haven't done quite a while. At Lalus, doing on a 180 10, just off runway 11.
Indonesia is a wonderland.
Whilst we wait for him, he's trying to manually do our flight plan. Should do Whiskey 45 there from Halim. Tango 5. Alright, Tango 5 connects with Halim there. Should all be full, but Tango.
We are half engine failure and we are not trying to
engine failure. Waduh, safe landing captain. Langsung aja turn around to the runway. Declare emergency aja kalau nggak apa-apa, kalau butuh. He's having some engine failure, he said.
Roger. Sepertinya masih bisa direstart ya.
Roger, Cap, stay safe. Now that's something interesting. Yeah, an engine failure, folks. Lalus just got his one of his engines failed, fortunately. So monitoring him through VATSIM radar. He's still holding south of the airfield. We can actually just go direct from Tanjung Karang to Halim to the Whiskey 45 airway back home. Yeah, that'll do. Show Papa Lima Bravo to go kill the golf. Tell Lima Papa. Whiskey 45. Alpha November Yankee. HLM, Hotel Lima Mike. Alright, here's one shot final now by the looks of it. There goes our binoculars. We'll wait for any signs of aircraft. We could take the PLR approach there. You should be over the VOR now for Palembang VOR. Yeah, there he goes. See? His gears are retracted again. Yep, gearmu naik kah?
Palembang traffic Indonesia 234 now, final runway 11.
Safe landing cap. There we go folks, airplane in distress. Reminds me of Dharma Tatya's stream last night on YouTube. If you head to his channel, Dharma Tatya on YouTube, during the middle of the stream he had to pitch his Boeing 737-800 into the Bali Sea because he had fuel engine failures. It's quite dramatic if you head over to YouTube channel. Safe and sound folks, there he goes. Mantap, welcome to Palembang Cap, safe and sound. Safe and sound, down he goes folks.
Oh my god.
Still alive.
Hampir karam.
Bahaya sih.
Kayaknya gara-gara aku selalu paksa engine-nya atau gimana deh.
Engine overtime kah?
Sepertinya iya, terus koneksiku tiba hilang juga. Kayaknya lengkap sudah.
Bahaya. There it goes folks. Dirimu masih kuat satu leg lagi gak balik ke Semarang? Aku udah dapat airway-nya nih. Atau habis kena shock terapi gara-gara engine failure nih?
Boleh aja sih sebenarnya.
Ya wis, perkara sulit. Habis engine fire malah pengen nambah lagi dia. Siap Cap, aku siapin pipeline-nya ya. Ya folks, he'll be joining us.
Kurang puas landingnya aja.
Siap. There it goes, folks. Safe and sound. Safe and sound. Udah aku chat ya.
Oke, aku turn off engine bentar langsung OTW.
Wah, iya. There it goes, folks. Safe and sound. Still in one piece. Lalu in the Fokker F-28 of Seedling. Di electronic flight bag-nya, di iPad-nya ada opsi maintenance nggak? Biasanya ada deh kalau ChasePlane, harusnya kan pesawat mahal itu.
Oke, coba lihat dulu ya.
Roger, Cap. There it goes. Two legendary T-tail airliners. Park Jet Palembang Sultan, Mahmud Badaruddin, the second international airport. Something that you don't see often these days. We'll just use Abel 723 as our call sign for our return leg to Semarang. Take 160 passengers. Block time is going to be an hour and 40 minutes, that should be good. Generate the flight plan. And there goes his on the remaining engine. $31,000 is going to be our initial cruise altitude for the return leg. Yeah, it's definitely much lower than the departure one. Back to Semarang we go, folks. Reload, sim brief.
Bang, sorry kayaknya aku nggak jadi deh. Aku lupa ada kerjaan.
Wah, ya wis nggak apa-apa, Bang. Ini aja sebisanya aja, gak usah dipaksa.
Ya aku baru lihat note kayaknya aku ada kerjaan.
Wah, ya sih. Yaudah nggak apa-apa kalau mau duluan, nyantai aja mah.
Oke, siap Bang. Terima kasih banyak. See you at the next flight.
Siap, thank you so much, Cap, lalu for the group flight this evening. I wish you all the best of luck. Sampai jumpa lagi di stream berikutnya. Thank you, Cap.
Sampai jumpa. Salam kapal kayu.
Salam kapal kayu. Unfortunately, folks, he'll not be joining us for the return leg because he's got something else he needs to complete. Flight's currently loading. Erase the current flight plan. You're still there. I'm sorry, it's still taking the data from CM Brief it appears to be. It's taking quite a while. A little prepare safety entrance AI for the return leg. Yep, there we go. Funnily enough, it cannot just can't load the new flight plan. Alright. Fire that up again. The FMC. There you go, self-test. Climb 130. The deep pre-flight check.
Pre-flight check is started. Battery on and AP check. AP jet closed. Radio master is on. Parking brake is on. Galley power. AP jet closed. Oil quantity test complete. Opening please. Engine 1. Engine 2.
Peace out.
Engine 3. AP bleed open.
Enter.
All packs
Take us our return leg. Select that.
Packs trip off warnings tested.
Departure runway 11.
Fuel dump switches closed. Fuel dump valve intersit lights tested. Fuel dump nozzle intersit lights tested.
Truck is in position.
Fire bell test completed. Annunciator panel tested. Euronav and compass source set to normal. Main panel lights checked. Throttle warning horn tested. Fire
Climb
bell
data
sensor set to
level
left.
130.
Pre-flight checks complete.
Just that. Enough to just look good. Prepare ourselves for the next leg. Abel 723 will be our call sign. Import the next flights into flight plan. Sorry, into Navigraph that is. Aircraft airborne. That'll be what radial is this? 167 radial. Tercatri Alpha. All our RNF folks. We are not RNF certified. Just assume that. So yeah, I'll just maintain on the heading at 2000. We'll turn somewhere to intercept the DOR. Hi Emma, can we start the boarding process now for our next flight from Palembang back to Semarang?
Okay, Captain. I'll start the boarding process now.
Alright, thank you. Let us to start the boarding process for our return leg.
You're welcome, Captain. I'll be ready for boarding.
Boarding requested. No. Take off. 283. 283. 010, set 28, left 15. Set EPR and trim. 3.25. Pre-flight check. Oops, wrong button. Pre-flight check was button. Pre-gear, that's done. Gear levers, light down, check brakes, set, start levers, scout off flight instruments. Heading 029er, QH1010. Radar transponder on standby, stereo lights checked. It gives the boarding music again, the classical music. Emergency exit lights on, seat belt and no smoking on, video heat. They are on. Compass is slave mag. Slave mag. Radio set. Partial briefing will do that real quick. Unfortunately, because our aircraft is not RNF certified, we will be making our own departure procedure, so we boarding straight ahead of the runway, 112 degrees on the SID. Sorry, not SID. This is not a standard departure. 112 degrees on the departure course. At 2000 feet, we will just take a track of 218 degrees there, 218 degrees until we intercept the 167 radial of the Palembang POR towards Bandar Lampung. The MSA around the airport reference point is 1,500 feet as I've mentioned earlier. Primary threats will be low visibility as well as pilot complacency and unfamiliarity with the aircraft. As usual, in case we've got engine failure, lost control or wind shear, we will fly runway heading for 15 miles, hold at 3,000 feet. Manually perhaps, that'll be we'll do right hand turns, 1 minute leg, and we'll decide on our course of action after that. We are currently several thousand kilograms above our maximum landing weight, unfortunately, which means we will not be able to return immediately after we deposit. Sorry, in case that we need to return, we'll have to burn some fuel, or dump some fuel actually. The 7127 can Dumbfield if I'm not mistaken. Got the passengers there, starting to board the aircraft or walking from the terminal. Besides that, do you have any other questions, comments or concerns, Cynthia? No? That should complete the departure brief then.
Motor, Batik 250 now, runway 11.
If there's someone on funnel, there's a group flight actually coming in to land into Palembang. WIPP aircraft coming into land, folks. Unfortunately, we don't have any ATC service. Let's do some plane spotting, shall we? Whilst we wait for the aircraft to land. It's a Batik Airbus A320 short.
Papa Kilo Bravo Sierra Tango, push and start.
It should be on funnel now. Just somewhere around there. Folks, unfortunately I need to go to the loo for a bit. As usual, if there is anything that goes out of the ordinary, please do let me know through the live chat and I'll be back in about a minute or two.
Batik 2505, flight at runway 11 is clear.
Alright folks, I am back. Start setting up, shall we? Boarding check completed, WCB. And that Batik Airbus A320 is just touched down. There he goes. Citylink. I thought it was a Batik Air. Okay. XRTU. Restore checklist, large briefing complete, lock checked. Common comparator. That is checked. Good. Alright, before start checklist is complete for the pilot side. Should be ready for our push and start then.
4-star check start.
Mahmud, traffic. Input 121, descend,
Emergency exit lights on. Window shut. Radio's on. Departure briefing complete.
Back to Unicom.
Alternate flaps off.
Yo. Silence.
Stall warning testing.
Push and start.
Wing anti-ice on.
Cabin crew, arm doors and slides please.
Flight control shuttles.
Okay, Captain. All doors are armed and slides are ready.
Because the Citylink A320 just right next to us.
Hello, Captain. We are ready for pushback.
Yeah, they are on a separate crew flight at WCB.
Departure check completed.
That's the exact fucking stand that Lalu took earlier. Four-star checklist is complete. Victory for push and start. Time now.
Looking here.
Bravo Sierra Tango, Palembang traffic, crossing runway. Bravo Sierra Tango, crossing runway to Vacating Charlie.
There's local traffic. A TBM 900 in the PCB. Yeah, let's pause the music for push and start. Alright, let's go. Northwest that'll be. Palembang traffic, Abel 773 now pushing back from stand number November 7 facing to the northwest, expecting runway 11 for departure. Palembang. Push.
Release parking brakes.
Brakes released.
Release parking brakes.
What?
brakes.
No, that's definitely a bug.
Release parking brakes. Commencing push.
Yeah, we'll wait for the engine startup clearance just beyond the red line there.
This is Abel Jets Flight 723, departing from Bali. I'm Emma, your flight attendant
Bali?
for today.
This is not Bali!
Our Captain, Faza Abel, and our first officer, Cynthia Schmidt, are at the
This is
controls.
Palembang.
We expect to be in the air for about 1 hour and 27 minutes, cruising at 31,000 feet. Before we take off, I'd like to go over some important safety information. First, please ensure your seatbelts are fastened. To fasten your seatbelt, insert the metal fitting into the buckle until you hear a click. To release it, lift the buckle. In the event of a loss of cabin pressure, oxygen masks will drop from the panel
Clear
above
to
you.
start engines.
Clear to start engines. Starting engines, the 1, 2, 3 in sequence. Starting engine number 1.
Place it over your nose and mouth, securing it with the elastic band. Remember to secure your own mask before assisting others. As we are in a small aircraft, there are no emergency exits.
Really?
Please familiarize
This is quite a
yourself
massive
with the
aircraft.
safety briefing card located in your seat
Like
pocket.
it's about to get touching down.
We need to brace for landing. Lean forward with your head down and your arms covering your head.
Quite a
For your
sharp
comfort,
contrast to our
please
aircraft
keep your carry-on
into
items
20% fuel
securely.
flow.
Thank you for your attention, and we hope you enjoy the flight. Faza, the cabin is ready for departure.
Roger, thank you, Emma.
You're welcome, Captain.
Shush.
Set parking brakes.
Brake set.
Waiting for confirmation for good engine start.
Cockpit to ground navigate engine start, you may disconnect.
Cockpit to ground. We have a good engine start. You can disconnect.
Unlocking gear.
Short stabilize, starting engine number 2.
Palembang traffic, Bravo Sierra Tango, rolling departure after traffic passing.
Into is rising. 100% into fuel flow.
Soalnya Om, gue mau ngabisin bensin dulu.
Tow truck disconnected. Bypass pin removed.
Display the official Abel Jets Virtual Group safety briefing videos, all this shall be...
Clear. Right is clear.
There we go.
Hello everyone,
Number
I'm from Abel Jets Group.
stabilize, starting engine
Welcome
number 3.
on board one of our aircraft that is part of our 3,000 airplane strong fleet. We're glad to be your airline for your flight today. When we take off, please watch the safety briefing video that will be provided by our
Windows.
11.
Good trip, so you'll receive right hand side. Thank you very much for the 7781. 2% into fuel flow, number 3 engine.
In 2013, when we named this airline, we concluded that safety is our highest priority. All aircraft already equipped with safety devices such as seatbelt, oxygen mask, and life vest. In accordance with the International Civil Aviation Organization, seatbelts shall be used when in flight. So whenever the seatbelt sign is lit,
Stabilize number
please fasten your
3
seatbelt by inserting the clasp to the buckle.
before...
And tighten
sorry,
on
after
the
check.
strap. You can undo your seatbelt by pressing the button.
15. After short checklist, start lever silently dead. Beacon lights on. Engine NTI is not required. After short checklist for pilots complete. After checklist for pilot class 15. Green light, stabilizer trim 3.25 degrees.
We have this big hangar which is able to
Repeat
accommodate up to 8
on
jumbos 380 at a given time. This is the proof that we
Flight
never
controls
jeopardize safety.
ready.
Also, we
Full up.
change the life jacket
Full
whenever
down,
an
neutral,
aircraft is
full left.
entering our facility.
Full right, neutral. Full left. Full right, neutral. Flight control checks, please. Scat check, yaw dampers check, seatbelts and shoulder harness check, taxi checklist for the pilots complete.
In the event of emergency landing, please take a moment to locate your life jackets. It will be below your seat, under the seat in front of you, or under the bed for first class passengers. To use the life jacket, simply take your life jacket, put it over your head, pass the strap around your waist, clip at the front and tighten it. There's a red tag and mouthpiece for inflation and whistle to attract attention. Please inflate your life jacket after leaving the aircraft.
Palembang traffic, Abel 723 now taxiing to runway 11 via Delta November Papa, holding short of
Whenever the
Alpha,
aircraft loses
runway 11,
oxygen pressure,
Palembang traffic.
a mask will drop from above. Put it on your nose and tighten the strap. Oxygen will flow when you breathe. Secure your mask first before assisting others.
Okay, taxi checks, please.
Mahmud traffic, remote 121 on final runway 11.
In 2020, we're the world leaders in aviation by number of aircraft by over 3,000
all of the
aircraft
aircraft.
divided into more than 10 child companies, including the Abel
Our lovely
Pixel,
trijet.
Abel S-AR, Abel Cosmos, Intercontinental, and many more. Also in 2020, we're the first to introduce the aviation our first Abel Jets living room, Abel Premium Economy, Abel Business, Abel First Class, and Abel Suite.
Before we depart, please make sure all baggage is secured on the overhead cabin or under the seat in front of you. Since we made safety as our priority, smoking isn't allowed on any
There
part
are
of the
quite a lot of
aircraft.
people on final
Please
Mr.
deboard
Reader
the
is one.
aircraft if you need to smoke. Your aircraft is equipped with a life raft in case of emergency water landing. Please take a moment to identify your nearest emergency.
We need a
exit.
whole runway length,
The cabin
fortunately.
crew is pointing it out.
We are now nearing our departure time. Please switch your mobile devices into airplane mode now. If you do have any questions, feel free to ask them to our cabin crew. They will be more than glad to help you out. Thank you for choosing us, and thank you for keeping our dreams alive. Have a very pleasant flight.
Runway 31 left for departure, follow strategy, sensible to attack takeoff.
Alright, taxiing to our holding point Alpha, that is, on runway 11 here at Palembang. We'll then backtrack our runway length. We are quite heavy, 160 passengers this evening, and more than 57% of fuel in our tanks at prices of like 12 to 13 tons of fuel. Just wait here. Brake set. Wait for the incoming traffic.
Palembang traffic,
Thank you, Sultan.
Tango on radio 334.
Please forgive the opened cargo bay door there. Should be ready. Yeah, the other one is still on long final. Palembang traffic, Abel 723 now lining up, correction, backtracking, runway 11 and line up by Alpha. Palembang. For takeoff checks.
Before takeoff, check started. Auto brakes set towards you.
Let's do this quick.
Ignition set to continue.
Combo traffic, Rimbun Air, Rimbun 121, ticket runway.
Anti-skid is on. Strobe lights on. Landing lights on. Taxi lights on. Transponder.
Palembang traffic, Baku Sierra Tango directing Todak, 6,000 feet.
Boost pump all on. And cross speed number 200. Oil cooler off. Air condition check and set. Pack trip normal. Pressure switch off light on.
Cabin crew, seats for departure, please.
Before takeoff, checks complete.
Okay,
Palembang traffic,
cabin
Abel
crew,
23,
take seats for
correction, Abel
departure.
723 departing out of runway 11, flying runway heading after departure. Palembang.
Thank you, you'll make it good. Flight.
Thank you, Mas. Start rolling. Start rolling. Stabilize, setting of thrust. Thrust set. The PR value is quite low there. Push normal and check. Rotate. Airborne.
Positive brake.
Gears coming up. Now off we go. Another smoky takeoff there, ladies and gentlemen. Pollution is our friend.
Palembang traffic, line enter. Apa sih? Line enter 247, exit holding, continue approach runway 11.
1,200. Palembang traffic, Abel 723 airport, passing 1,400 feet, climbing to 310, intercepting radial 164, Palembang VOR. Palembang traffic. 1,200.
Palembang traffic, Bravo Sierra Tango, directing Tasya, 3,000 feet.
Laps 1. Yeah, takeoff. Procedure, please.
And takeoff checks. Ignition set to off. Landing lights off. Landing gear off.
Pacific, we're going to have 546. Establish on final collision S11 Palembang.
Off we go. Stop cancel.
After takeoff, checks complete.
Hey, everyone, folks, IES hold again. Radial, 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 radial. Musi radial. One 62. Off we go. For our return leg into Semarang this evening. Take a look at that engine pollution again, folks. Beautiful. $10,000. Set climb speed to 300. Oops,
Dear guests,
hook
you've
that up.
just climbed above the safe altitude, and you may now use your
21,000.
electronic devices. Please ensure that they are in airplane mode. Also, I'm pleased to inform you that our onboard Wi-Fi service is now available. We are currently en route to Semarang, and the estimated time of arrival is about 1 hour and 27 minutes. Thank you for flying with Abel Jets.
Enter 247, establish airlines.
Okay, 2 reset that. That one also. 2 set. $300 knots. Oh yeah, so. Ah, come on. An airplane. And route to Semarang again we go. Oh, not again actually. Oh, back to Semarang rather. Nav lock. And there goes the hot part complete for the departure in the 727, folks. No, that's the wrong radial, folks. We are on the wrong radial. We are on the wrong course. That's the radar for another waypoint, it appears to be. Three, 5, 1. Captain lalu semangat return leg-nya Cap. Terima kasih banyak Cap. Semangat tugasnya Cap. Hope you enjoyed the first section of the crew flight there. Till next time Cap. Palembang lumayan rame loh. Tiba-tiba banyak orang datang ke sana. Kayaknya kita jadi penglarisnya deh tadi. Alright, next frequency. Halim. Which is 113.3. You know, we haven't even entered Tanjung Karang VOR station yet. Listen to that noise, folks. It hurts, but it is music to many people, I suppose, including me. The first and last time I saw a real life 727 was in Jakarta. I think that was like in 2004 and 5, and that aircraft, I think that was owned by Chatayu Airlines or something. It was going to be scrapped at that time. Alright, next frequency 115 megahertz. Still process out. Ladies and gentlemen, let me present you with the most complex workstation on planet Earth. It's the Planet Engineer station. I can only fire and shut down the APUs, set the pressurization, and set the AC electricals. You know, that's basically all I can do with this workstation. Fuel balancing, I can't do that at all. Fuel heats, I don't know what the rules are. Hydraulic balancing, no clue at all. Yeah, back in the old days, folks. I don't know whether to select rise or in the constant speed drives here, CSDs. I know they are CSDs, but I don't know when to select rise nor when to select in. My brain just can't comprehend that. Level 263 already. It's quite a... Yeah, that's quite a good climb rate for the aircraft. Hi Emma, can you please bring some water to the flight deck? A bit thirsty here. Thank you.
Sure thing, Captain. I'll bring some water to the flight deck right away.
You're talking for the past 2 or 3 hours or so is definitely getting a toll on my vocal cords. Vocal cord. We are still outside of range of the DM encounter there for the Tanjung Karang POR, it appears to be. What's this guy? There goes a flyby view, ladies and gentlemen, of the magnificent Boeing 727. Pioneering aircraft as well. The sounds are definitely different to, you know, more modern turbofan engines, aren't they? It's just more powerful, should I say. Take a look at that tail view. Quite an interesting one. Yeah, the engines are definitely, you know, not just roaring, but howling at very high pitch sounds. Almost there, 1,000 to go. Thrust lever friction. That's definitely something new for me. Never heard about that before. Thrust lever friction. Hold capture. I'll fire up the auto throttle. Runway elevation in Semarang is 11 feet.
Hey folks, welcome on our trip to Semarang. This is Abel Jets Flight 723, departing from Sultan Mahmud Badaruddin to airport. We are currently cruising and will be in the air for about 1 hour and 27 minutes, covering a distance of 419 miles. The weather at Ahmad Yani Airport is looking pleasant, with no clouds and no precipitation.
Sorry, one trip arrival. We're not RNF certified.
Now, I'll be starting our snack and drink service shortly. We have some delightful options for you, including our famous cheese rolls and refreshing beverages. After the service, I'll also have some articles from the Abel Jet shop available for you to browse. Thank you for flying with us, and I hope you enjoy the flight.
Minimums will be 380, 369, somewhere around there. As I've mentioned, quite a hands-on aircraft. This is. The block's inoperative now. Out of range of the Palembang VATSIM station. Next course 121. Current ground speed is 470 knots, folks. Yeah. The more reasonable ground speed for modern day narrow body airliners, isn't it? Next frequency here, Halim 113.3. It's 1 and 2. We'll wait for the localizer, the DME to, sorry, the localizer to light up or sus up the VOR. Should be flying overhead the Tanjung Karang International Airport, right at Intan International Airport, if I'm not mistaken the name is. There we go. Yeah, we overshot it again, fortunately. Whoa. Again, another unnecessarily aggressive turn. You're on cruise already. About 223 miles from the OD there. Course line back to left lock. Yeah, that's so aggressive. Back on the airway now. Next course. You're leaving Harlem with a course of 104 degrees. On the other end, folks, just some quick PA as usual. In case that you've just joined us in this live stream this evening, ladies and gentlemen, don't forget to hit the like button, share your thoughts down beneath in the live chat and in the comment section as well once this live stream has ended, and share this live stream with your friends and colleagues. It will greatly help us to continue grow this channel and, you know, fight the YouTube algorithm, shall I say. In case you haven't done so, please kindly subscribe to the Abel Jets Virtual Group YouTube channel for free, and also hit the bell button just right next to the subscribe button so you will not miss any future contents that we will make. In case that you want to support us financially, ladies and gentlemen, you can also head over to our social buzz page at www.socialbuzz.com/Abel Jets Group, or alternatively you can also scan the QR code that is provided on the left hand side of the live stream. Any kinds of donations, even the smallest one, are greatly appreciated. That's all for the PA during the return leg to Semarang. Hope you'll enjoy the rest of the stream, ladies and gentlemen. Leaving Sumatra now. Should be flying over the Sunda Strait in a minute or two. And on our right hand side we may also see the Krakatoa Mountains, or the Anak Krakatoa, the son of Krakatoa Mountain, which, you know, is very famous internationally for being like one of the major volcano eruptions in history. Unfortunately, we've lost contact with the Tanjung Karang fjord. The coverage is not that great. Go to Halim. About 73 miles. Course of 121 degrees. Next frequency is actually the Cirebon NDB. We'll be flying through an NDB this evening, ladies and gentlemen, at 365. That is the frequency. 365 megahertz. Oh, hertz actually. It's HF radio. Unfortunately, we don't have any GC coverage for this evening's live stream, as we can see. The nearest active center appears to be in Singapore. But nonetheless, it's been quite a smooth sailing throughout this evening, ladies and gentlemen, or this morning, according to the simulator time. Of course, since this is an old aircraft with an old SOP with non-existent CRM as well back in the day, we'll just open the door and let passengers come and meet us if they wanted to look around the flight deck. CRM wasn't a thing back then, as well as literally flight deck security. Because the view from the left hand side of the aircraft, ladies and gentlemen, from the economy class cabin. Should be overflying Soekarno-Hatta International Airport by the looks of it. It's gonna happen momentarily, in about 5 minutes or so. Our breast position. Almost halfway through our journey this evening, our return journey this evening from Palembang to Semarang, according to Wildlife Studios. Although if you can see the arrival ICAO code there, that's actually the older ICAO code for Semarang. Used to be Whiskey Alfa Romeo Sierra. My hometown's airport is called Whiskey Alfa Romeo Juliet and Surakarta or Solo. We flew from a few weeks ago for the Hajj flight to Jeddah. It used to have an ICAO code of Whiskey Alpha Romeo. What was it? Quebec or something. I think that was like Whiskey Alpha Romeo Quebec. Now, Semarang itself has been renamed to Whiskey Alpha Hotel Sierra for the past 10 years or so. The say enough data on Flight Life Studios hasn't been updated, I suppose. At least for the regions in Indonesia. Yogyakarta as well, the Whiskey Alpha Romeo Juliet Airport and the Suchipto International Airport that is called. It's now Whiskey Alpha Hotel Quebec. Whiskey Alpha Hotel, and Sololo Surakarta itself is now called Whiskey Alpha Hotel Quebec. The new airports in Yogyakarta, the YIA airports, Yogyakarta International Airport, which was opened in 2020, it already has the newer sign ICAO code. It's Whiskey Alpha Hotel India, if I'm not mistaken. Which is the largest airport in central Java now. The largest aircraft that landed there was an Antonov 124 first land. And fun fact, ladies and gentlemen, when the Antonov first came to Jakarta, the Antonov 124 that is, came to Yogyakarta, I was there at the airport, plane spotting the event, or plane spotting the arrival there, some of my mates, and yeah, it was a massive aircraft. It was a massive aircraft, as huge as the A380, or I suppose even slightly larger. We're flying Soekarno-Hatta International Airport here in Jakarta now. Hopefully the cinematic camera on board ChasePlane would be able to capture the airport on the angles of the airport beneath us. It should be really just beneath us at this stage of the flight this afternoon rather, according to the same time. We are overflying Jakarta now. Get back into the flight deck. Prepare the outbound course. Set the 10 up for the time being. Outbound course is 104. Outbound course from Halim. Set. Of the aircraft to fly as well, actually. You know, it really gives you like the taste of the past, I say. This is how people used to fly commercial jetliners before the advent of FMCs, RNAVs, and GPS as well, or GNSS to be more precise. I also personally like the shape of the looks of the 727. Looks like a powerful airliner by its her massive tail section, 3 engines. Unfortunately, the GT8D is not necessarily a powerful engine, isn't it? By modern standards, that is. Oops. Yeah. doesn't want to do that, I'll just go to heading select again and recapture the DME, sorry, DVOR, just like what we did earlier. About 110 miles from TOD, according to the only FMC that's available on the aircraft, which obviously is retrofitted to the airframe. Single sea level QNH in Sumatra for this time period. Landing 385. Response A. And the temperature is definitely wrong. 385. No, here we overshot it again. We should have armed the lock mode there. My mistake. The aircraft is definitely smart enough to, intercept the radial by itself. So arm the nav lock again. Be taking care of herself. Go. See for the Ahmad Yani in Semarang, which is at 115.2. From those secondary nav radios over the nav radio presets. Sailing all the way around throughout this evening with the showman. Wait, halfway through, about 60% actually. We are, sorry, 3-hour journey this evening for our return leg to Semarang. About 172 nautical miles run this evening. Let's see how long I've been streaming as well. About 4 hours now. Oh, there goes another awesome flyby view. Good to see your sorry, not citations, what's it called? What's the program name again? ChasePlane by Feral Fortitude, ladies and gentlemen. Take a look at that beautiful platform view of the aircraft from above. And I'm starting to think that the wing sweep on the 727 is actually more substantial than the one in the 737. Or perhaps it's just me. The next course from Cirebon NDB is at 0908 degrees, directly towards Semarang. We are currently flying over the Whiskey 45 airway, just next to Kertajati International Airport, which is the largest airport situated in West Java province. Antonov 124s also regularly visit the country, regularly visit the airports. But to be frank, actually, I think the Antonov traffic from Yogyakarta somewhat moved to Kertajati because it's really been a while since the last Antonov 124 landed in Yogyakarta. I think the last one arrived just months after the Russian invasion of Ukraine, fortunately. Yeah, so ever since they've stopped flying to Yogyakarta because of the war back in their home country. But I also need to say that the Antonovs that went to Yogyakarta were the Ukrainian Antonovs, the what's the name of the airline again? The ADB, Antonov Assigned Bureau Airlines, ADB Airlines. But I think they have returned, for this time around they are returning to Kertajati instead of Yogyakarta. Okay folks, so let's start the arrival briefing, shall we? So we'll be arriving at Semarang, runway 13, ILS approach, that'll be. Fortunately the SID will not, the star will not connect with any of our waypoints, considering that the arrivals are RNAV, or RNAV procedures, which we are not certified for. For the ILS approach itself, this evening we'll be taking the aforementioned ILS in runway 13, localizer frequency 109.9er with final approach course of 129 degrees, platform altitude 1,600 feet with MDA of 380 feet or 420 feet, 370 radio altimeter. The MSA around the Ahmad Yani VOR is 3,000 feet on the northern side of the aerodrome and 12,400 feet on the southern side of the aerodrome. Yes, of a approach, ladies and gentlemen, will climb straight ahead until 1000 feet, then turn left, proceed to Dakek at 3000 feet, or as instructed by the ATC. Precision level, standard across Indonesia, except for Papua, at level 130, that is. Standard 3-degree glide slope all the way to touchdown. Need to be level at 3000 feet at Dakek, right there. Standard 3-degree glide slope all the way to touchdown. Minimum as discussed 420 feet. No circling at southwest of the airfield due to the high terrain. Minimum visibility RVRs 1200 meters for all operational ILS. Primary threats for the approach itself will be pilot complacency, low visibility, pilot unfamiliarity with the aircraft as well, and terrain on the southern side of the aerodrome, if I have to say that. Besides any of those, do you have any questions, comments, or concerns, Cynthia? No? Alright, that should complete our rivalry. Let's head back into flight deck now. Turn off for a bit. We're heading up 094. Next frequency is Semarang 1152. Hopefully we have already obtained. There we go. 094. We do have that. We'll just arm nav lock again. $18 miles of DOD. Goodness me. Didn't see that coming. Arm the descent. Sorry, 09 or 8. Okay. What's 09 or 4? Hi, I just want to let you know that we will be starting our initial descent to Semarang momentarily. Can you please prepare the cabin for arrival? Thank you.
Okay, Captain. Preparing the cabin for arrival.
Next frequency is definitely localized at the airport, at Ahmad Yani International Airport, because it's no longer an international airport, unfortunately. 109.9. Don't ask me why. Sorry, don't ask me why. 109.9 set up. 1, 2. This one as well. 110.9. Set. 5 miles per run. Well, miles per run. Vertical speed mode is engaged. Alright, let's start descending. We'll just choose runway 13, because it has an ILS. And also, considering that it's got a headwind, it appears to be. Duck kicking 3000. Completely forgot to do our approach calculations there, or V-speeds actually. Should be here, landing, plus 40. No, that's impossible. 48 degrees. Which was sense now. Set EPR, set speeds. Number 230 already. As I've mentioned, we are not cruising at such high altitudes or high flight levels. Got a mountain there, a volcano. It appears to be on our right hand side. .66 miles to run. We need to be level at 3,000 feet by Dakek, which is situated at 15 DME if I'm not mistaken. 12 DME that is. If you observe the flight deck quite carefully, ladies and gentlemen, you may start to think that this looks pretty darn similar to a 737 flight deck by the shape of it. Because actually, it is. Considering that the 707, 727 and 737, they share the same nose section, nose bulkhead, nose profile. Which is why the shaping of the cockpit, the nose itself is very similar to a 737. So check low seatbelts, check seatbelts, sorry, shoulder harness check, seatbelts are no smoking, we'll leave them off for now. Anti-gas unrequired, brake pressure check, the levers off, rifle briefing complete, altimeter set at 208.5 preference, late run, landing data, VF 125, VREF 120, air round speed 155, mean speed 180 knots. EPR set 2, airspeed box set checklist is complete. Just throttling around the northern coastline of Java there. That could be the northern coast highway. See there, distance. And not far from that should be the north coast main line. By that I mean the railroad lines which run parallel to the coastline. Or the intercity trains. Well, level 130 now. Gotcha. Since you've got no ATC, we'll again lower the altitude selector back to 3000. Rearm the altitude selector. Alright, QH 1011 2985 011 set. Approach checklist please.
Approach checks. Nav beacon in local position.
Captain switched off.
Brake pressure check.
Please keep your seats between
No temperature 61. 009.
Select heading mode now.
Post mode to low. Cross speed number 2. On and rear closed. Fuel heat off. Hydraulic mode to low. Approach checks complete.
Gotcha. Alright, lower the speed down to 50 knots. Disengage the auto throttle. Cabin crew 10 minutes to landing.
Okay, Captain. Preparing the cabin for landing.
Plus music for Raffle. Well, the approach course is, can't really recall again. 131. Go. The city of Semarang is just underneath those clouds there. Should be somewhere around there. Alright folks, second landing this evening with the FlightSimStudio Boeing 727. Hit the like button, share thoughts down beneath, and subscribe to the Abel Jets Virtual Group YouTube channel if you haven't done so. Get ready for the arrival. You should don't know. One 10.9er, isn't it? Sorry, 10.9er. Goodness me. There we go. Gotcha. 15 miles DME. Sure. Auto GS. Set speed up. 3,000 feet already. Flaps 1 please. So. Flight slips live. It's 5. Ahmad Yani traffic, Abel 723 established on localizer, runway 13 VR, about 11 DME, Ahmad Yani traffic. Slip capture there. Get a bit of B. Yeah, a bit foggy there. There's also a rainbow. Just ahead of us there, if you can see it on the screen. Sun was run. 6 miles final. Gear down flaps 15. Oops. One brake. Medium. Flaps 28. Sorry, 25. 25. Flaps 30. Flaps 40 for landing. Landing checkers, please.
Laps 40.
Cabin crew, landing stations, please. Ahmad Yani traffic, Abel 723, short final, runway 13,
Hey,
Ahmad Yani.
Captain. Taking seats for landing.
Landing checks complete. Yeah, again, the aircraft's a bit wobbly there, considering the speed change is quite significantly there. Few more to run.
500.
Runways in sight. Disconnecting autopilot F control.
400.
Continue.
300. 200. 100. 50. 40. 30. 20. 10.
Push down. Speed brakes up. Reverse as normal. 60 knots. Reverse as south. Minus 179 feet per minute there, ladies and gentlemen. Not bad at all. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Semarang Ahmad Yani Airport. After
Oh folks, we have just landed at Ahmad Yani Airport.
quite an
The local
interesting
time
flight.
here is 2:03 p.m. The weather is quite nice with a temperature of about 28 degrees Celsius and no clouds in sight. Fun fact, Semarang is known for its beautiful blend of cultures and delicious local cuisine, especially the famous lumpia. Please
Lumpia,
remain
exactly.
seated until we reach our final parking
What's
position.
these guys doing?
On
What this
behalf
fox
of
doing?
Captain Faza Abel, First Officer
up?
Cynthia Schmidt, and the entire crew,
After landing
thank you for
checks,
flying
please.
with Abel Jets. We hope you enjoyed your flight.
Brake pressure checked. Pressure switched to ground. Landing and stroke.
Quite a journey, wasn't it?
Taxi lights are on.
During most of the parts were done with you know, traditional navigation aids.
Anti-skid off. Ignition set to off. Elevator trim set to neutral. AC on APU. APU master on.
It's quite a journey, wasn't it?
Starting APU.
Safe and sound. Back to where we started. let's take November 7 there. Cabin crew, disarm doors and slides please, thank you.
Okay, Captain. All doors disarmed and slides are in.
We are too darn fast. There we go. Big set. APU's on the bus. Which it is. Putting down engines 1, 2, and 3. Put it down. Two's coming off. Listen to that sound, ladies and gentlemen, it's just beautiful. Off-landing checks complete. With that, folks, I think that concludes our journey this evening. Trying out the... what? Why is the jetway falling back? Come on.
Passengers to boarding started.
Bad jetway data. Yes, it's retracting. Yeah, that goes out. Let's just set up the stairs then, I suppose. Fortunately, we won't be able to see them because the jetway just went shy and disconnected itself from our aircraft. So yeah, that concludes this evening's journey from Semarang, Ahmad Yani Airport to Palembang International Airport and back with the recently released FlightSimStudio Boeing 727-200 passenger, and this one is in the advanced version, ADV version of the aircraft type. Quite an interesting journey, wasn't it, folks? Trying out something that was a norm back then, but you know, it's just simply outdated by modern standards. Pilots nowadays are I won't say spoiled by technology, but I don't know. It's not as tough as it was to fly from point A to point B. Which, you know, modern aircraft, they are equipped with GNSS, they are RNF and INP capable, and they've got, you know, large moving map displays, navigation displays, which pilots of this era, of the 727 era, can only dream with their analog HSIs. That's why it's definitely an experience that Foxy try. definitely recommend the FSS 727, but just be aware it's still got some bugs, especially with the autopilot and the what's it called? Yeah, the autopilot itself, especially the FMC, it's the aforementioned FMC. It's also got some bugs primarily with uplinking flight plans, or when you try to set another one by yourself manually. And to my memory, it's just a basic MSFS carbon functionality, but just slightly modified to look like an actual FMC, if I'm not mistaken. I'll just do this acute cockpit checklist. Oh no, we'll just do that after dismiss everyone for this evening. On the other hand, ladies and gentlemen, in case that you are leaving us now, please don't forget to like the live stream, share your thoughts down beneath in the live chat and in the comment section as well. Once this live stream has ended, I'll show you this particular journey as well with your friends and colleagues if you want to. In case you haven't done so, please also kindly subscribe to the Abel Jets Virtual Group YouTube channel and hit the like button just right next to it, so you will not miss any future contents that we will make. On the other hand, if you want to support us financially, please also kindly visit our Social Bus page at www.socialbus.com/AbelJetsGroup, or alternatively you can also scan the QR code that is provided on the left hand side of the live stream. That's the PA done basically, final PA for this evening. With that, I think we can all officially start to close, not start to close, but you know, conclude this evening's live stream. I would like to deliver my gratitude as always to Lalu, the most consistent man I've ever met in real life and in VATSIM as well. He joined us from Semarang to Palembang on our first leg, but unfortunately he had to leave the group flight for the second flight. On the second leg, because he had to do something else. But nonetheless, thank you very much for attending, Lalu, as always. He's now a first officer at Abel Jets Virtual Group. If you want to, you know, explore the world, ladies and gentlemen, with many types of different aircraft in multiple flight simulators, namely MSFS 2020, MSFS 2024, WISE Flight Simulator, and even more recently, X-Plane 12 and X-Plane 11 as well. You can head over to Abel Jets Group's website and find our recruiting page there, the Join Us page, I think that's called, at www.abeljetsgroup.weebly.com, which is obviously painted on the aircraft's fuselage there, or it's also somewhere on the description of this live stream. Unfortunately, we did not have any ATC service this evening for Indonesia VACC, but that's alright. It's Monday evening, I mean, it's a work day, so I'm not expecting any ATC coverage. You could also now dismiss Emma and her crewmates from the aircraft and the flight for the amazing job this evening. Hi Emma, just want to let you know that you've done an amazing job this evening alongside with your crewmates. Thank you very much for your hard work. Looking forward for our next journeys together. Stay safe and take care.
Thank you so much, Captain. I really appreciate your kind words. It's a pleasure working with you, and I'm looking forward to our next journeys together as well. Stay safe and take care.
She gives. With that, folks, I think we can conclude this evening's live stream officially. Thank you very much for keeping our streams alive. Stay tuned in the Abel Jets Virtual Group YouTube channel for our next flights or live streams, or maybe some videos as well. I've recently uploaded the trailer for the then brand new PMDG 777-300ER, so yeah, if you want to check that out, please kindly so. Our next live stream, perhaps, if it's not the usual Friday evening group flight, it'll be likely for us to fly to the UK again with the Asobo /Hans Hartmann ATR 72600 for Abel Jump, that is. we haven't touched the ATR in a while. I think the last time we cleared the ATR was like last year already, which is already a long time ago. Alright, enough with me rambling this evening, ladies and gentlemen. Again, thank you very much for watching. I wish you all the best of health. Stay safe wherever you are watching this live stream from. This is Freezing Falcon from Abel Jets Virtual Group signing out. Thank you very much for keeping our dreams aloft. See you in the skies. Until the next one, take care and bye bye for now.
It all started with a dream to connect the world, bring people closer together, as well as to diversify and unite the virtual skies. The day dawned crisp and clear at Honolulu International Airport. A maiden flight was going to take action.
Honolulu delivery, Able 100 at seating 01, with information Alpha requesting IFR clearance to Hilo. Able 100, Honolulu delivery, you are cleared to Hilo via Pale 3 departure, runway 04 left, squawk 1112.
Hilo ground, Able Link 221, ready to taxi.
Able Link 221, taxi link point runway 26 via Echo Alpha.
Taxi to link point runway 26 via Echo Alpha, Able Link 221.
Able 100, wind 22 degrees at 5 knots, runway 26 right, cleared for takeoff. Cleared for takeoff, runway 26 right, Able 100.
Our founders have their legacy etched upon the horizon. Gaining wisdom from the past, it was then time for the next generations to put their own footprints and leave their legacy in the virtual skies. A new era was about to begin.
from all of us in flight simulation communities.
We are wishing Abel Jets Group
Happy 10th anniversary.
Happy 10th anniversary.
She's got a smile that it seems to me reminds me of childhood memories when everything was as fresh as the bright blue skies. Now and then when I see her face, she takes me away to that special place, and if I stay too long, I'd probably break down and cry. Sweet child of mine. Sweet love of mine. Sweet child of
Thank you for keeping our dreams aloft. Here's to another 10 years of making progress to connect the world. To the skies, stars, and what lie above all of them. Our real journey has just begun.